Hi, Judge.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I'm checking in on Chapman, Elliot Margolis,
Okay.
and she's on, and we're just going to ask for an exam.
Okay. So die out there.
Gotta get the dentist in the day to get this changed over there.
Yes. How you doing, Phil? You have Roger McGee. Morning, hey, good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Glenn. How you doing?
Good, Judge. How are you?
Mr. Margolis. Mr. Margolis,
Yes, Judge.
you're here on Chapman?
Excuse me?
You're here on Chapman, correct?
I'm all ready to go. All we're gonna do is ask for a exam.
Okay, let me call the case.
Okay.
Calling case number 2405-737901. People of the state of Michigan versus Melina Chapman. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Elliot Margolis, P28078, on behalf of Ms. Chapman. State your name, Ms. Chapman.
Melina Chapman.
Thank
What's your
you.
pleasure, Mr. Margolis?
We're asking for a live exam date,
How's June 5th at 9 o'clock?
June 5th. I have an evidentiary hearing out in Oakland County at 8:30, so that's not going to work. Can I do it on the 6th?
No, sir, that's my homicide day. About June 5th at 12 o'clock.
At 12 o'clock? Yeah, that should work, Judge.
All right, June 5th at 12 o'clock, bond will be continued.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Silver, good morning. Take yourself off mute.
Yes, hi, Judge. Good morning.
Morning, what can I do for you? You're here
I'm
on
here.
Burke?
Yes, with Mr. Glenn.
Okay. Ready on Burke.
Calling case number 2405-724801. People of the state of Michigan versus Desmond Burks. Defendant is charged in count one, homicide, murder, second degree. Defendant has a offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mike Glenn for the people. My P number is 77516.
And good morning, Your Honor. Gabby Silver appearing on behalf of Desmond Burks. Your Honor, based on Mr. Burks' very, very lengthy mental health history, including diagnoses of schizophrenia and bipolar disease, as well as suicidal ideation, based on my conversations with him, based on the way he presented at the time of his arrest in this particular case, I am asking that Mr. Burks be referred to the Forensic Center on the issue of criminal responsibility and competency.
Well, as you know, they won't do criminal responsibility at this stage of the proceedings, but I will refer to the Forensic Center for a competency evaluation. We'll set a review date September 2nd. No, that's Labor Day, sorry. September 3rd at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Glenn.
Have a good
Thank you,
weekend,
Ms. Silver. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Sure. Okay,
Sure.
bye.
Bye.
What day today? Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So big one. I never seen Grand Prix Black before. They got it. I had to pull up and watch it. Yeah, that's what I came in because I saw you had a door. Yeah.
What's your name, sir?
Desmond Burks.
All right. Any other attorney need to check in?
Mr. Burks, his next court date is
Again,
September 3rd at 3:30. He's being referred for a competency evaluation.
okay.
You hear that?
All right, I see clients,
Oh.
He's all set.
All right, so they can get, your next court date is when?
September 2nd,
September 2nd for a competency exam?
competency evaluation. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend.
You too. Come on, Mr. Burks.
Yes, yes. You.
Good morning, how are
Peachy, how are you?
you? I'm Peachy also. That's. This Tucker is here too. Where is she? She's in the hallway to the client. Okay.
I was gonna say. But yeah, that's. You bet.
Let's have some folks step in so we can get out here today.
Just be signed. Just push it to the side.
Yes, Your Honor.
Deja Bond, don't have an APA here?
Judge, she asked me for about 2 minutes to talk to the victim.
Oh, okay. Got me all excited.
She had 3 victims walking in at the same time. We got prisoner jail.
Yes. Yes. That is.
Verify.
Thank you.
Judge King?
Yes.
May we have a definition regarding 915 J.
Sure. You want the side?
Sidebar is lovely.
Okay.
I just. Let me take this out of here, but-
Sorry, I'm just not.
Obviously not. He has a tether on it. I don't know.
Good morning, Mr. Vance.
Let me see.
Mr. Vance, are you there? Mr. Banton.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I got Broderick McGee.
Okay, we're ready on the keys.
Once in a while.
You don't have a meeting?
We have one.
Huh?
That's John. He has to be vendor number one. Remember we did.
Okay, apparently we're waiting on another APA, Mr. Banton.
All right, no problem. I'll be sitting right here.
Are you?
Yes, Roger McGee.
Mr. Banton, Mr. McGee's here in the courtroom. He needs your number.
Okay, sure. 313-587-4110. You got that, Mr. McGee?
Yes. Yes.
You know, I would indicate to the court that I have not gotten discovery yet. I checked this morning before I left and it wasn't here.
So I'm gonna need the prosecutor that's on that case to appear so you can discuss that with him.
All right.
Yes. In the meantime, you ready on Deja Barnes?
It's gonna be a waiver, Judge.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2457002 for the state of Michigan versus Deja Marie Barnes. In the discharge and count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4 assault with a dangerous weapon. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shirley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tamika Tucker, PA 5402 on behalf of Deja Barnes.
Tell me
Deja Barnes.
there's a date time set for your examination.
Your Honor, after speaking with Ms. Barnes, she would like to waive her preliminary examination.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You understand you have the statutory right to have a preliminary examination without waiving the same. That means you won't have one, and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court if you stand charged with the complaint. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Understand, if you were to have one, the prosecution has to establish that the crime in charge of was committed in the city of Detroit that was probably possibly committed.
Yes, sir.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, sir.
Is anyone promising you?
No, sir.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily to be given the court with their confinement in the Oakland County Third Circuit Court. Criminal Division of Proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be June 14th, 2024, at 9 o'clock a.m. Bond.
Your Honor, can we address bond? She's on a GPS tether. Looking at the system, it doesn't say she's on house arrest. But, the tether people have not been allowing her to get, leave her house. So her daughter has not been in school for like 2 weeks.
How old is her daughter?
5.
She tried leaving to take her daughter to school and the tether people told her there was nothing in the system that said she could take her daughter to school.
So my information here says that she's to have no driving and GPS work and medical allowed.
It doesn't say that online. It says, it doesn't say house arrest with GPS tether. It just says GPS tether, go to work and medical. So is that now the way they're doing house arrest? Wait,
It says work and medical allowed, so that indicates to me that nothing else would.
okay, so Your Honor, can we amend that because she's already lost her job because of this? This case is almost 2 years old. It was back in September of 2022. They literally just charged this case in May of this year. She has been in constant contact with both of the alleged victims over the last almost 2 years because the male is her child's father. She knew nothing about this until she was at a gas station and they just happened to run her plates and told her that she had a warrant out for her arrest and she was arrested within days of this warrant being issued.
Ms. Train?
I have no objection to amending the
Send me a proposed order to amend the bond conditions where she's not on house arrest, she's to have no contact with this residence or place of business.
No problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
What's the status of Mr. Betts?
He's in custody, Judge.
He's in custody?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way possible that they can get him here or no?
Today I doubt it, unless you probably have to send over a writ, probably had an OIC go pick him up, but that's out of Wayne County, Judge. Call and find out.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
Okay, appreciate it. And Ms. Michelle, I take it this is gonna be a hold, because if it's not, then probably get faster before camera.
Understood. We haven't gotten that far, Judge. Give me 2 seconds.
On fire, she's still on no driving.
Number 6, right? Yes.
No, this is an exam for, assault with harm. Oh, well, you know what? Let me see. Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Would you allow them to do it by Zoom?
That's gonna depend on what Ms. LaShawn is gonna do.
I'm asking prosecution if they would make him an offer that he, might want to accept in the form of a misdemeanor. So she is talking to her complaining witness as we speak, to see if we can resolve it that way.
Because according to the supervisor right now, it's gonna be very difficult to get them over today.
Okay.
Get them over there.
So you're not talking about a waiver, you're talking about an offer.
Yes,
So probably gonna do that today.
I'm sorry, Judge.
So we probably won't do that today. That's not going to help facilitate us by hearing via Zoom. So that,
Give me about 2 minutes, I'll probably right back and see what the judge says.
we'll just give them another day.
Okay, never mind. Thanks, you don't need another day. All right, appreciate it.
Calling case 24-57101. People of the state of Michigan versus Dalen Dejan Betts. Defendants charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2 larceny, $200 or more, but less than $1,000. Count 3 malicious destruction of personal property, less than $200. Count 4 domestic violence. Count 5 assault or assault and battery. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. It pleases the most honorable court, Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167, on behalf of Jalen Betts, who is currently incarcerated at the DDC. I would waive his appearance for these purposes.
So my understanding is that Mr. Betts has potentially picked up another case, assault of the nature,
Potentially.
on bond to this court. That's a no-no. My understanding is because he's in the DDC and this has been brought to the court's attention, we're not going to be able to get him here today. So that is going to necessitate the court adjourning this matter so that we can in fact get him here. You should be able to accomplish that by, you want to have your complaining witness step in to see what they're ready for. Also, what days you're, how are you looking next week?
I am in, funny story. I was supposed to start a murder 1 on Monday, and then I got subpoenaed for jury duty. And they won't let me out.
Won't let you out.
Oakland County. Oakland County said, no, you need to come here. So I had to go tell Judge Keeper Cox that we're not starting the murder on Monday. So he goes, well, we'll start it on Tuesday. I'm like, okay.
What if you get selected?
That's what I said. He goes, well,
I would want you on my jury.
thank you. I think that could be totally fair. I know nonsense when I see it. On both sides.
I know you do.
So, yeah, so I was gonna tell you, because I just saw, we have Frank Jamil up with you on Monday. That jury trial was scheduled for a full 5 days. I will keep my fingers crossed. But that's that.
So what day would you be available?
Probably Tuesday, the 11th. I would feel safer with Tuesday. Because I
Tuesday's
start
my
hypothetically
homicide.
another trial on Wednesday.
Tuesday's my homicide day, it's wrong with 10.
Just so you know, I'm starting that trial late, hypothetically. We could do the 10th, Judge. I just want forewarned is forearmed.
Starting what trial?
I'm starting my murder trial on Tuesday, hypothetically, and we're scheduled to go for 5 days, which would put us into the following week.
We can always do it.
It's all good.
We can always do it afternoon or around lunchtime.
If we could, that would be great. Mr. Frank Jamil is scheduled for 12:30.
We're talking about June 3rd,
No, we're on the 10th.
June 10th. June 10th at 12 o'clock.
That'll work for me.
Ladies, unfortunately, sometimes things like this happen where matters have to get adjourned and it's beyond our control. I appreciate you coming down here timely. Much appreciated. Doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, I really do appreciate you. So I'm gonna have to adjourn this matter. I wanna make sure I adjourn it to a day that you are available so that you can be here again like you were today. It's June 10th at 12 o'clock. A good day and time for you? Okay, I'll see you then. And let me remind you that you're still under subpoena to be here, okay? All right, thank you. June 10th at 12 o'clock.
Thank you so much, Judge.
And as it relates to his bond,
I would suggest, Judge, maybe we wait and see what happens. If nothing arises out of the other case, then he would have had inadvertent police contact. But what Mom is telling me is she's the one that called the police because he was being jumped on. And they ended up arresting him. How that happened, I have no knowledge. But Mom did verify she was the one that actually made the police come to the scene because of what was happening. So perhaps the court could hold any issue as to bond in abeyance until and if anything is decided with the hypothetical other issue.
did they indicate what he's being held for?
They did not give me any information about that. Other than it was an assault.
Were there any weapons involved?
None to my knowledge. Mom is indicating no.
No. What's your position? What's your position, Ms. Attorney?
Your Honor, I'm not objecting to waiting to see what is going on. I can tell you right now that there is no current warrant request in our system for Mr. Betts for a new incident.
All right, I'll take you back.
Thank you, Judge.
transfer.
Call.
It's still being transferred to Justice Justice.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk. Hello?
What can I do for you?
Has the prosecutor showed up in Christopher Jacobs' case?
Not yet.
Oh, jeez. I got a prelim going in Sabri's courtroom in another half hour. And I'm supposed to be in Judge.
Project McGee.
Right. Oh, that's right, man. Yeah. Hello.
last few words. Yeah, what's up? I'll get here. The point, awesome, straight up. Oh. I do, to the decisions on the judge case court. Trying to find how to put it. Okay, well. Hey, Judge, you have the status on McGee? The prosecutor? The defendant want to know if he can leave.
Have you heard anything?
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Now Mr. Vanta is gone.
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't know that Mr. McGee was even picked up when we ran the co-defendant in custody, and he hadn't been charged or hadn't been arraigned yet.
Have you been arraigned yet, sir? Have you been before a magistrate?
Yeah, I've been before one time.
Okay. So Mr. Vanta is the attorney on this. He was here, but he said he had a preliminary examination. I believe in front of Judge, I think he said Judge Sabri. What's the status of the co-defendant? Has that one been bound over or?
Yes, Judge, that co-defendant who's charged with the homicide has been bound over. In fact, we finished his exam Tuesday morning.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I didn't realize that Mr. McGee had been picked up.
All right.
Your Honor, is it possible if I give your staff my cell phone number, they can text me when they're ready? Unfortunately, I didn't know this was up today and I have several circuit court judges waiting on me.
Okay.
I will email your staff and then as soon as you're ready, I'll come right back up to my office.
All right.
Thank you.
Judge, it's gonna be a delay with transportation of prisoners because the road closures and some type of issue going on in Wayne County. It's right across the street, right?
Oh, really? Okay, thanks.
Oh, sorry, tell her it's my fault. Has $8,000 personal one. I can't tell. So, okay.
What else what you got? Right, talking about Mr. Hall. Stand up to your attorney.
Okay. Quan Hall. Calling case 2456889, people of the state of Michigan versus Daquan Lynn Hall. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 2, kidnapping. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 5, 6, and 7, and 8, felony firearm. Defendant has habitual offender third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Ayla Gallagher on behalf of the people, Assistant Attorney General, P7759.
And good morning, Your Honor. Please court. Kim Sean, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167. And it's my pleasure to represent Mr. Hall, who's to my left.
Tell me your name, sir. Quan Lynn Hall. There's date, time set for preliminary examination. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yeah, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
1, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters before you call your witness?
Just one preliminary matter, Your Honor. And I know notice isn't required until up to 21 days after arraignment, but I would like to amend to official fourth offender.
That being said, call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we would move to sequester, but obviously there's only one witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there doesn't appear to be any witnesses in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen out there on YouTube, and if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off. We call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Karina right now.
Please raise your right hand, man. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Ladies, please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Hang on one second. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, I want to go back to October of 2000. Could you tell me how old you were?
Speaking to that microphone that's to your left, you can actually pick the base of that up and place it in your lap so you can see directly into that.
Hello. Do you want me to repeat the question? Yeah. Okay. I want to go back to October of 2000. About how old were you at that point? Maybe like 16. Okay. And so when you were 16, do you recall hanging out with some friends on October 21st back in the year 2000? Yeah. Okay. Explain to me, who were you with? Really didn't know Yeah, I just, was hanging. Okay, and you said you really didn't know them. About how many people? I don't recall. Okay. And was this at a house or something else? Two-family flat. Sorry? A two-family flat. Okay. And was that in Detroit, Michigan, Wayne County? Yeah. All right. And so at some point, did you start attempt to walk to a store? I don't recall. What are you able to recall about hanging out with those friends? Just hanging and it was partying and everybody was going home. And it was time to leave. Could you say that last part again? It was time to leave and basically, what's that? Okay, so you said it was time to leave, so tell me more. It was time to leave and basically I was gonna walk home by myself, but okay, you were gonna walk home by yourself, but something happened. Correct.
Actually, I'm gonna object to that because nothing has happened yet according to the complaining witness. The prosecution said that something happened. So can we just ask what happened next?
That's fine, thank you. Okay, you were gonna walk home. What happened? I was approached and I walk you home, you want to walk by yourself? Okay, and you were approached by someone you hadn't hung out with before? No. All right. And do you see that person in the courtroom today? Yeah. Could you point them and identify an article of clothing for the record? No, it's sitting right here. Okay, and do you see an article of clothing? Green. Let the record reflect for identification purposes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and so what are you able to tell me about what happened after that? And let me ask a question.
Did something happen that brings you here today now?
I had rape.
And when you say rape, tell us exactly what happened.
And he decided to walk me home. Told me if I followed him, and I told him where I stayed at, and took me to a Benny house. And I just wanted to go. Okay, you said he took me. Tell me more about that. Basically, like, let's go here first, and then I'll take you home. Did you want to go there first? No. I just wanted to go home. And what prevented you from going home? I didn't want to walk there because it was so dark. It was. Okay, and you said he took you to an abandoned house? Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about what he did to take you there. Like I said, he got me there and instructed me to basically have intercourse. And I said, no, I just want to go home and he put out a gun. He said, bitch, I'll blow your fucking head off. What were you feeling at that point? Scared, like I was gonna die. I was gonna die.
if I didn't do what he said.
And so what are you able to tell me about what you recall next?
All I know is lying there,
Tell me more about lying there.
thinking like maybe he's gonna kill me anyway.
And where was the gun at this point?
I don't recall, I don't know if he still had it in his hand.
And where were you when you were thinking he was gonna kill you anyway?
It was in, a baby house. I don't recall what was going on.
Okay, what are you able to tell me about your clothes?
Let's just, you take off the thing.
And after how did that happen? How did your pants come off? Can you tell me more about that?
You take me.
And what are you able to recall next?
You
I know this is really hard. I'm sorry. Can you do a quick break? Okay.
Sorry, what did you say about me again? Is it you have to handle the lead? You just call us.
That's his attorney, he has his attorney stuff.
Correct.
That's All right.
Judge, we have a moment to call Judge Sabree. I'm supposed to be there in 15. Obviously, that's not happening. Judge, with your permission, on my case up in Judge Sabree, they're dismissing that matter. Do I have your permission to run upstairs real quick and take care of that? So I can devote my time here.
She's in the hallway, so whatever, Your Honor, we're ready.
Whatever you want to do, Judge.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sure Judge Sabree will appreciate that too. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Let's have our witness vote.
And Judge Sabree appreciated it.
Okay, let me remind you that you're still under oath, okay? Good news is we're just about halfway through this. The better news is the next attorney that's gonna talk to you is a very good person. So we're gonna try to make this as painless as possible, okay?
Hey, guys. Okay, so tell me, you said he had made you take off your pants, is that fair?
Right.
Okay, what are you able to tell me about what happened next?
He proceeded to get on top of me.
What were you feeling when he got on top of you?
I didn't.
Sorry, I didn't hear. I didn't understand.
How did you feel when he got on top of you?
Disgusted. Right.
I'm so sorry, I could not hear.
She thought it would be your last name.
Got
Okay, and so what are you able to tell me about what his body did to your body?
Groping and.
Tell me more about groping. Where?
My breast and. And then, he proceeded to have sex with me.
And when he was groping your breast, what did you do?
This lady there, because I didn't know he was gonna shoot me if I didn't let him touch me.
And you said that he proceeded to have sex with you? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And I just need to be really specific. So what did he do?
He's put his penis inside.
By inside you, do you mean your vagina?
Yes.
And does you want that to happen?
No.
What were you thinking at that point?
Violated, just, like I said, disgusted. You know, I said no in the first place. I didn't wanna do anything. I just wanted to go.
Do you recall if you wore a condom or not?
I don't recall.
You said you just wanted to go home. What are you able to tell me about trying to get up from under him?
I didn't want to move. Like I said, I didn't want to cry. I didn't want to get shot. So I was here. Correct.
Crying while his penis is going inside your vagina?
Correct.
What are you able to tell me about how it stopped?
Repeat.
What are you able to tell me about how it stopped?
Let's ask it a different way. How did it end?
Basically, when he got done, he got up and left.
Okay, and you said done. Tell me what you mean.
And he left, he put his stuff back on and left me in a bandit.
And what did you do next?
I just couldn't leave. I laid there because I couldn't believe what just happened to me. And I didn't have no phone then, so I couldn't call anybody. And I had to walk home by myself crying until I got to my parents' house and told them that.
And this abandoned house, do you recall kind of what streets it was around? You said you walked.
It could be in Clay Street. I don't recall the streets.
Oh, well, you said you walked to your parents?
Down Oakland.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Oh, I see. Thank you. Do you recall, was it a far walk or a short walk?
It was a far walk.
Do you know if you were in the city of Detroit or not?
I was in Detroit. I stayed by that, we stayed on California, Highland Park. I think, no towards
And when you got home, what are you able to tell me about what happened next? When you got to your parents?
I brought out and was crying to my stepmother about what happened. And she told my dad that we need to go to the hospital.
All right, and then you went to Children's Hospital?
Correct.
Do you remember when you were at Children's Hospital doing what was kind of called a raise kit?
Correct.
And you remember getting swabs taken?
Correct.
What are you able to tell me about that?
They asked a lot of questions. Detective, police officers, social workers, doctors, just asking a whole lot of questions.
Okay, and you said social workers. Can I ask a little bit about, did you get counseling or any kind of therapy because of this after?
Yes.
Okay, what are you able to tell me about that?
My dad had to get me therapy.
Were you prescribed any medications?
Not at that time. For now, I ended up getting put on anxiety medication.
And how, if any way, has this kind of changed your everyday life?
Objection relevant.
The relevance, Your Honor, is mental anguish is an element.
I had, something like nightmares. Like I said, every time I think about it.
And what, if any way, has it impacted your ability to kind of go outside by yourself, be alone in the dark?
I do not go outside in the dark. Oh, tell somebody with me. I don't trust.
Or nothing for that, that's Your Honor.
Cross examine.
Good morning, ma'am. If I ask you a question that you don't understand, you just flag me down, okay?
Yes.
I apologize, Judge. Is there a outlet I can plug into? I have a low battery.
Maybe somewhere around the podium. Under or in front of.
I can find my charger. That would be good too. So, hold on for dear life. And the first people you told this to were your family, correct?
Correct.
And did you know they made a statement to the police regarding what you told them? Did you know that, ma'am?
I'm not for sure.
Did you tell them that there was a gun involved in this case?
Yes.
The next time you tell this story, it is to officers at the hospital, correct?
At the time I was gonna say a shot. So
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you speak to the officers at the hospital?
I'm not sure.
You just told us that you spoke with detectives at the hospital, ma'am. Do you
I
remember?
said they asked questions.
Did you tell them that you were walking to a gas station when you were approached?
I don't recall.
Did you tell them that you went into an unknown building?
I don't recall that.
Did you tell them that the subject was a stranger to you?
Correct.
Did you also tell them his name was Bear?
I don't recall.
A few days later, on November 4th, 2000, you made a written statement to Officer Jose Ortiz, correct?
I don't recall.
Have you seen that statement, ma'am?
I don't recall.
Do you recall making a statement or you don't recall the officer?
I don't recall reading the statement.
May I approach her?
Claire, is there, are we refreshing our clock?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't.
Take your time, just read that to yourself, and that might help us move a little faster along. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said back in 2000? Yes or no?
It's not clarified as, the details of, what I see.
You don't dispute that that is your statement from 2000, correct? You
So
signed it.
maybe, so most of it is on here, but like I said, I didn't know his real name.
Understood.
And maybe I knew, like, I was 16, I'm 40 now, like, so if I don't recall some of this, but some of this I don't recall.
Okay. And you would agree with me that that statement was taken closer in time to the events than today is, obviously. Fair? The statement, ma'am, was taken in November 4th, 2000, correct?
Correct.
And you tried to include everything you thought was important in the case, correct?
Correct.
And what you said in that statement was that you were walking to a gas station to buy cigarettes in the area of Claremont Woodward, correct?
I don't recall it, could have been,
It's in the statement, ma'am, yes?
if you say so, yes.
And you ran into a guy named Bear and he bought you cigarettes, correct?
Correct.
Then you said you went into a two-family flat on Cameron with Bear and had an hour-long conversation with him where he was flirting with you and hitting on you, right?
Well, it was a party. It wasn't just him and me, it was a party. It was more than his cousin, it was quite a few people there.
And you talked to Bear for like an hour and he was flirting with you. That's what your statement says, right, ma'am?
I guess so.
Well, is it in there or not, ma'am?
It's in there.
Thank you. Then you indicated in your statement that Bear's cousin was outside and so that you guys had to be quiet, right?
Oh, God.
It's in the statement, is it not, ma'am?
That's a good statement.
Thank you. In the statement, you had indicated that you had to convince him that you wouldn't tell your parents, and that's how you got to leave, correct?
Well, unfortunately, it was a gun in my head.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's nowhere in there where you ever indicate that he pointed a gun at you, correct?
But it was.
Ma'am, you didn't tell the first responding officers that there was a gun, correct?
I can ask Nancy, at the beginning of this, we had Austin versus Connor, about the gun for this written statement.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you read.
I would object to adding the answer. I believe at the very beginning of this, it was asked if first responders were told about the gun, and the written answer, no, we got to this statement.
No, I never asked about the gun in the first statement.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So you never told the responding officers at the hospital that there was a gun, correct?
I don't recall.
And it's nowhere in your statement that the assailant had a gun, correct?
No, it's not in there.
And there's nothing in that statement that says, I'll blow your brains out, correct? You would agree with me that that's a pretty big absence in your statement, correct? And we left out the gun twice. Close the time to the incident, is that correct? Is that a yes?
I didn't mention it because I was gonna say a shot.
Then in your statement on November 4th, 2000, you indicated that you got up and left out and ran in, you leave my client in the house, according to your statement. You leave and meet up with his cousin on the porch, correct?
Incorrect.
That's what your statement says, ma'am, is it not?
They must have something mixed up, because that's not what I see.
May I?
I'm telling you, that's not what I see. Okay? I was crying during the whole thing.
Ma'am, I haven't answered your question. Quote, Senator, he let me go then. I started walking away. I ran into Bear's cousin. He asked me what happened. I told him Bear raped me. He called his girlfriend and gave me a ride home in his girlfriend's car. That's what your statement says, ma'am. Correct?
I'm correct.
You would agree with
Objection
me?
and proper impeachment or refreshing recollection. I'm sure. There was a question.
It's in her statement. It's in your statement, right, ma'am? That the cousin drove you home?
I don't recall.
You can look.
I don't recall. It,
Am I correct at least that you said it in your statement? You're not disputing what's written, correct?
An objection argument.
Ma'am, am I correct? Am I reading it correctly from your statement? Yes or no?
yes, you read it.
Thank you. This act in December 17th, 2000, you were shown a photo array, correct? A photo array, ma'am. Bunch of pictures, had my client in it, right?
Yes.
And you made no identification back in 2000 on December 17th, 2000. You made no pick in that ID, correct?
I don't recall.
One moment.
Do you recall looking at the pictures? They present you with some pictures?
Last, 2022?
Yeah.
Yes, 2022.
They did show you some pictures back then? And do you recall being able to identify anybody at that time?
Yes.
You did?
May I approach you?
Okay.
The documentation that you made no pick,
Oh, okay.
page 18. I'm showing you. Refresh your recollection. Am I correct in saying you made no pick? No identification was made back in 2000, correct?
I'm gonna check speculation. I don't believe what we're showing as witness is her, for instance, your honor, opposite of like a photo array, and then the witness themselves making an identification of any capacity. This is not that. I believe that's just a
Case report. It's a police report that says complainant came in to view mugshots, no ID.
right. So I'm not sure how this witness.
It was her. And no identification.
But you're asking her to testify as to what someone else wrote.
I'm refreshing her recollection, which I can do with
She said
anything.
she didn't remember.
I was hoping it would refresh. If it didn't, it didn't. Do you remember making a pick, ma'am, back in 2000?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we get, and then I'm sure you spoke with detectives back in 2000, correct? And then you made your written statement, followed up by, and I'm sure Officer Ortiz gave you a card and said, if you remember anything else, just let me know. Fair?
I guess, I'm not for sure.
Did you ever call the police department between 2000 and 2022 and say, hey, I left out the gun? And it wasn't until you were approached by new detectives on the case. And even then, you were spoken to by a detective last name Heverger and a detective Moug in July 19, 2022. Is that correct?
I do believe.
And at that point, you said you didn't necessarily want to proceed with this, correct?
I was scared at the time.
Understood, but you told them you weren't sure if you wanted to proceed, fair? Is that a yes, ma'am?
To my knowledge.
Understood. And then on August 12th, 2022 is the first time you make a pick in a lineup, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you go to a forensic interview August 12th, 2022, and that is the first time we ever hear about a gun. Is that correct? Is that a yes?
Do you recall telling anyone else about a gun at any time?
I told my family, I told my parents that. I thought I mentioned it to the police. I was going to take a shot.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just a couple, Your Honor. With regards to the lineup, isn't it fair that actually August 12th of 2022 was the first time you were actually shown a lineup where they put 6 different kind of photos in front of you one by one? Is that fair?
True.
Okay. And previous to that, you know, there was a mention of you were shown some mugshots and you didn't pick out anyone from the random mugshots. Is that fair?
True.
Okay. And then when you saw that handwritten statement, was that the first time you've seen that statement since 2000?
I haven't seen it since that moment.
And so when you got to, it was your choice to kind of sit down with the detectives in August of 2022, is that correct?
Right.
That's leading, Judge.
That's fair. It was leading. When detectives reach out to you, help me understand your decision to talk to them.
They came twice. Because they didn't know, I didn't know what they was coming to the house for. They left the card and I wound up, they came out again. And they came and talked to me.
All right, and is that fair that that's the first time you were able to kind of sit down?
Leading.
Like,
Thank
thank you, Aaron. Was all of the Actually, I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Oh, ma'am. Do you know somebody by the name of Bear? Can't hear you.
No.
Who is the bear that you were referring to in your statement?
Unfortunately.
I can't hear you. Did you make that name up?
No.
So where did that name come from, Bear?
That's what the name was given me.
Given to you by who?
To him.
Sorry?
To him. Yeah.
You're referring to the defendant in the courtroom?
Yeah,
That's who you know as Bear?
That's what they gave me. That's what the name they gave me.
Who is they? Who?
Yeah.
He told you his name was Bear?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know him before this date?
I didn't know anybody here.
All right. Did you ever have consensual sex with him?
No.
Any questions based on my question?
None.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit. Any other witnesses for the people?
Your Honor, at this point, the people would move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 1. It's the register of actions, it's certified, and it is the conviction of the attempt CCW. I'm sure it took defense counsel.
You said attempt CCW.
Yes, Your Honor, attempt, yes, for count 4, Your Honor.
Count 4 is weapons and arms possession by felon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attempt CCW is another crime. Which is it that you're moving the bind over? Attempt CCW or
I was just
felon in possession of the crime? Oh, you saying that was the prior crime was attempt CCW?
stand on my conviction, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Was confusing.
Okay, I get it. All right. So for purposes of count 4.
It's for purposes to establish that he was indeed a felon at the time of this crime.
I did check the dates, given how old this cat is, to confirm it was a conviction.
And then just for the record, Your Honor, thank you, for exhibit 1, on 1/28/2000, that was when the plea of guilty was accepted per the register of action. And then, Your Honor, the people would also move for admission of People's Proposed 2A, 2B, and 3, which are the laboratory reports associated with Karina Riggins' sexual assault kit under 76611B. For purposes of preliminary only.
I have no objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then for the record, People's Exhibit 3, which would be MSP Lab Report number 2, which was dated complete July 8th of 2014, does show that it's in a database specimen name, Dequan Hall, matched the sperm fraction of the vaginal swab from the kit associated with the lab reports. May I publish to the court, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. With those exhibits, the people have no further witnesses and the people rest.
Judge, I think you already know what the argument's going to be. I'm not going to dispute a criminal sexual conduct charge. I think that is a question of fact for the trier of fact. However, I am going to object to the first degree because I don't think there was a weapon. I'm going to object to the bind over as it relates to count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. when she told the story at the hospital, she doesn't mention the gun. That is highly unusual. Most people will say, gun, not to mention the I'll blow your brains out comment. How can you miss that? I appreciate trauma, I do. And so if it had happened once, maybe. But when she is given the opportunity days later, this incident happened on October 21st, 2000. She makes a 2-page written statement on November 4th, 2000. She's been seen by doctors. She's been in the loving care of her family. She goes to a police station where she's given every opportunity to say her piece. And what she doesn't say is gun. That is glaring, absolutely glaring, particularly when you're saying things like, he put it to my head and said he'd blow my brains out. I was afraid I was gonna die. None of that is in her written statement. Not even that I thought it was my last night on earth. None of that is in her statement congruent with the time of the events have happened. Do I think she is traumatized? Yes, I do. Do I think over the last several years, she has built something different in her mind to justify why she didn't fight back, why all of those things that victims of rape do? Yes, I think that is exactly what has happened, which is why suddenly we end up with ID pics and a more explosive statement. Because over time, her trauma has gotten worse. She's built things up to something that really didn't happen. And we know that. We know there was no gun because she said it twice, congruent with the time these events happened. Therefore, I believe he should be bound over on a criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd degree and all other counts to be dismissed. Thank you.
Hey, Karen. Well, I first would like to point out just legally, even if there wasn't a gun, it does not impact in terms of bind over for counts 1 and 2. That's not necessary that a weapon either. That is the people's theory, and I am still arguing that there was indeed a gun, Your Honor. But just so we're clear, a criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd wouldn't, people's position would be, it would not be appropriate either way because of the testimony that we heard today. Force and coercion with mental anguish as the personal injury makes it a first, and during the commission of felony make it a first. Obviously, as Your Honor knows, kidnapping does not need a weapon, nor does it have to be any kind of particular length of time, nor does it may be related or incidental to the actual assault itself. And to restrain someone is to restrict a person's movement, to confine a person as long as necessary to interfere with their ability and liberty. And so, Your Honor, regardless of the gun, we had testimony to the effect of being on top of her not being able to get up. But today, Your Honor, this victim testified under oath something that happened to her when she was 16. I understand that in this 1.5-page written statement that happened about a week after she was raped when she was 16, there's no indication that a gun was there. But Your Honor, today's testimony, along with her other statement in that 2022 statement, but further, Your Honor, she testified on direct, which I thought was really, I wanted to highlight. When I asked about what she was recalling about the same exam, the kid, she said she was talking to doctors, she was talking to social workers, she was talking to police, she was talking to so many people. You can tell just even answering it today, Your Honor, that she was overwhelmed. I do not believe that just because it was not in this 1.5-page statement that this testimony today wasn't credible. Your Honor, today's testimony, there's no indication or any other evidence presented that would lack the credibility of what was testified to today with regards to the gun. People would ask that it become a criminal charge.
So the witness that testified here today indicated that she was, by all intents and purposes, abducted by the defendant. and that she was sexually assaulted. And during this abduction, a gun was put to her head and certain threats were made. This Sean points out that she doesn't tell us anything about the gun or weapon being used at any other point in time. The sworn testimony I have here today was that one was used, and she was very explicit in her description of what took place. She also indicates that she was 16 at the time that this happened. This was a very traumatic event that happened to a 16-year-old girl. And I can't imagine having to, even to this day, divulge such personal things that happened to this young girl at that time. I can't imagine why this would not be a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact. A trier of fact could very well find that her testimony was not correct, and that there's gaping holes in her testimony, and that she didn't mention anything about guns, these threats that were being made, and any person in normal circumstances that would be one of the first things they would indicate, is that he made me go here and he pulled a gun on me in doing so. A rational trier of fact could find that there's some issues with that testimony. However, a rational trier of fact could also find that because this was a girl of very tender age, who's nervous, who's being questioned by a number of people, who's being examined, who had just been violently raped, and her life threatened, would be somewhat reluctant to talk about these things, that it affects different people in different ways. All that being said, the court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in that complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be disciplined and committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division of Proceedings. The arraignment on the application date and time will be June 7th, 2024 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Judge.
They have an opportunity to address one.
Okay. He's in.
I might be in car, Your Honor. If I am, then I apologize.
250,000 personal, Judge.
So why is he still in?
Heather.
Go ahead, Judge Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I do not think a personal recognition bond is appropriate given the circumstances in this case, and particularly the defendant's past convictions related to guns especially. The defendant has 4 prior felony convictions, Your Honor, and 2 of which involve carrying a concealed weapon, and then 1 of which is a resisting arrest, and another one that is an illegal transaction. Further, Your Honor, besides his criminal history of his 4 prior felonies, I get that not all of the felonies would be prior to the charged offense, Your Honor, but what we do know is he was a felon at the time this rape happened, and that he still used a gun, or the people's position is that he used a gun in this offense right now. And then after, we know that he then continued to get felony convictions. He is a danger to the community at large. This is a criminal sexual conduct in the first and kidnapping case, Your Honor, with using a weapon. And you saw yourself how terrified and scary it was for this victim to testify. I know that now she, if more than ever, is kind of at risk for any kind of retaliation. But further, besides just the severity of the charges, the prior convictions, and I believe, and if I'm wrong, Your Honor, I apologize, but my understanding would be he wasn't able to get a tether because he didn't have a location or something that would be verified for him to go. And so that also leads me to believe it's more of a flight risk situation, that he doesn't have the support or any kind of close-knit ties to the community. And for those reasons, Your Honor, I would ask that the court put in a bond that is appropriate for the severity of these charges, the circumstances that have that testified to today and previous.
Okay, he is working, he is a family man, he is married, he has 3 kids, sorry, 6, 1 on the way. His wife is pregnant presently with a high-risk pregnancy. I think all of the other priors are non-assaultive in relationship, which is why the original judgment.
It's like Larry Williams is going to say. So she,
Oh, sorry.
but anyway, judge, this defendant has been bound over 8 felony counts. One of which is criminal sexual conduct, first degree, in which there is DNA evidence. This young lady indicates that she was 16 years old at the time she was assaulted and held against her will, her life threatened. There may be some issues with that, but there won't be any issue with that there was some kind of criminal sexual conduct first degree. The other issue is this defendant's criminal history. So he sort of made his own bed, now he's forced to lie. In addition to that, I'm told that he basically has nowhere to go because he can't.
I don't think that's
that's
accurate, Judge. I don't think there is there phone issues at the house?
No, nothing like that, Chairman.
Why did I get this report saying that he's ineligible for a
I couldn't move in his house, I pay the bills and everything, really in my house. Everything, I make sure the kids go to school, and all that, they haven't been to school since I've been here, due to me being in. So I just failed class and everything, when it helps them out. Go to
How old are your kids?
Youngest is 3. He has a disability, he's forming pain.
Well, you're 3 years old, school, not the.
I'm not having, I'm sorry. 8 to 14.
Why can't your 14-year-old get to school?
They don't have no register. I have a license, they don't have no bus to come. And
So they don't have.
no transportation. I'm the only transportation. I'm gonna
What
have
school do they go to?
chauffeur license. I'm gonna go to Academy, Westfield Academy.
Where is that located?
Dearborn.
I didn't get the school name, I'm sorry, the number.
Westfield Academy, man. Westfield Academy.
So your 14-year-old can't get to school?
No bus or nothing like that.
Why not? What's wrong with the bus?
She don't get on the bus. No transportation, only transportation in the house. My girl that's pregnant,
Where's
she don't
her
have
mother?
a license. Her mother, she don't have no license at all. Cars in my name, she don't have no valid license. I don't have a chauffeur license. At a job with Amazon. Why would they say that?
You had a job working with Amazon. Why would they say that?
I got my badge and everything. I can prove that.
I'm sorry, can you come over? I'm listening.
I'm so sorry. I don't understand. Why would they say that? I work part-time for Amazon for a private company. Want to pick up packages, drop them off at each post office, like different locations, stuff like that.
How long have you worked for?
Since last November. Last year.
What did you do before then?
Just take care of the kids. That's about it. I get
How do you take care of the kids with no job?
I get disability for my shoulder, and my little son get disability, so we pay rent, me and him split the rent stuff and everything, get food stamps, all food stamps. That's what I have, definitely have.
So you're disabled, but you're working?
Yeah, part-time, I can work part-time for my shoulder, I have titanium in my shoulder.
I'm sorry.
He has titanium in his shoulder.
There's certain stuff that I just drive or pick up the stuff, take it to, drop it off at the post office with help. Hey, why would they say I have to stay?
You have a phone
I'm
number?
confused. Yes, sir. My girl has a phone number and everything.
Write the phone number
Basically,
down.
she even been to my
Write the
house.
phone number down.
You want mine or both?
I have you here, I don't need to call you.
Yeah, approach judge.
Yes. Whose number is this you just gave?
My significant other, Your Honor.
You know, 3 more minutes. Stretches it out.
All right, so I talked to the mother of your child, because the other children aren't your children, right?
Sorry.
Can't hear you.
Decades.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, and 9. She has a baby every year. Another one on the way.
Yeah, we have one pass away. This is the last one.
I'm sorry.
We had
This is
one
the last
pass
one,
away.
the other one passed away, yeah. Still going, I had to push it out.
Anyway, you guys stay within walking distance of McKinsey. Right?
That's the next year, yeah, next year. That's next year's schedule. And we enrolled, that's why we did that, because Westfield is too far right now. Where they go now, when they come to graduate. McKinsey is right around the corner, so I had to go up there and get the pay.
Graduate.
14-year-old graduate.
She's not graduating.
I mean, you know, from
middle school?
yeah, they graduate middle school, they get a prime dress.
She's 14 in middle school.
Yeah.
She's behind.
She's gonna be in high school, yes, but she in middle school right now. Yeah. I don't want to go to school and everything.
In any event, I'm going to set the bond at, I'm going to set it at 100,000 cash sure. Same tethering conditions.
Would the court grant a DSU?
I will. I will request pretrial services for bond recommendation.
Thank you.
Right this way, sir.
Will I have your exhibits? Medina.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I also saw somebody else here. To Robert Ivan Moore first. Good morning. Calling case 2456993 before the state of Michigan versus Robert Ivan Moore. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P3973 on behalf of Robert Moore. Mr. Moore is present and to my left. Please state your name, Mr. Moore.
Yes, Robert Ivan Moore, Your Honor.
Today's the day time set for preliminary examination. I would be ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Complaining witness was notified of today's date and time. They are not present. I cannot proceed without their testimony.
Based on that, defense would move to dismiss without prejudice.
So, or will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
One holiday people to.
Is still around?
He's in on Judge Spree, Judge.
Ms. Medina,
Good morning, Your Honor.
who's that guy?
That's Mr. Guitar.
Good morning, Your Honor.
He's following my shadow, Your Honor, not the contrary. No, I'm just kidding. Senor. Okay, yes, Your Honor. We're co-counsel on the case, Your Honor.
I know.
How are you doing? Nice to see you, Judge.
Good to see you as
It's always
well.
nice to make my way in here.
Calling case 2457228 before the state of Michigan versus Abel Rojas Lagunas. Defendant's charged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491. Crystal Maria Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Lagunas.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Matera on behalf of Mr. Lagunas, P62191.
And Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Lagunas does require the services of Spanish interpreter, and I understand that she has just not given my time, Your Honor.
Can you give us a number?
77211, Your Honor.
Ma'am, tell me your name for the record.
My first name's Antonia, my last name is Vivian.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you very much. And your name for the record, sir?
Diga su nombre por la acta. Diga su nombre. Abel Rojas Lagunas.
All right, today's the daytime set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, one caveat, one witness I did plan on calling Carmona, and her last name is actually Rojas, Rojas. She's not married. I did contact her before that was supposed to be done as well. Your Honor, my understanding is there is a second interpreter, he's in the hallway.
Okay,
So I
great.
can go get him.
All right, call your witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, the people called Erica Rojas.
Las personas llaman Erika Rojas. Si usted puede oír, pero yo si hablamos
Sir, please step forward. Tell us your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Tell me your name, sir.
My name is Jose Ruiz. That's Jose. Last name Ruiz. And my qualified number from the state of Michigan, sir, is Q4330.
Please raise your right hand.
Sir, yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. When the witness comes in, I'm gonna have you stand next to the witness box and speak into the microphone.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Interpreting, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, you just have to leave the restaurant for just a moment. She'll be right
All right.
Good morning, Doctor. I don't have anything to work right now. I can go upstairs and examine that.
Yeah, spelling of her name, please.
Sorry.
Please raise your right hand.
Por favor, señora, mire al juez y levante su mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted afirma o jura que usted va a decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad y que Dios lo ayude.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm gonna have you speak into the microphone, okay? May begin when you're ready.
Por favor.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Can you please state your name one more time for the record, please?
Por favor, podría dar su nombre para el récord una vez más. Rojas.
Thank you. Ms. Rojas, are you familiar with someone named Abel Lagunas?
Señora Rojas, usted conoce a una persona que se llama
Abel Lagunas.
Lagunas. Abel Lagunas. Yes.
How?
Your Honor, I am instructing the witness to speak up a little bit more.
Okay.
In order to be on the record, sir. Señorita, sí que por favor podría levantar la voz un poquito más. Gracias.
And how do you know him?
¿Y cómo lo conoce a usted? Because he is my father.
Do you see your father in the courtroom today?
Usted ve a su padre en la corte hoy día. Yes.
Can you please identify something that he's wearing and where he is sitting?
Por favor, ¿usted podría identificar algo que él está usando, una prenda hoy día? I'm able to see him from here.
Okay, Judge, if I can ask her to stand up, please.
Yes.
Ahora, señor juez, sí, por favor, podría que se levante. Párese y mire dónde está.
Do you see him now?
¿Lo ve ahora? Yes.
And what is he wearing?
¿Qué es lo que está usando como vestimenta? Like a green color or less?
Judge, I'd ask for in-court identification of Mr. Lagunas at this time.
Señor, quisiera poner el señor está en la corte en este momento, si ha sido identificado.
Ms. Rojas, on or about May 12th of 2024, were you living at 4893 Tarnow Street in the city of Detroit?
Usted estaba viviendo en la ciudad de Detroit en aquel día versus
May 12th of 2024.
o sea, el mayo 12 de 2024 de años
4893
4893
Tarnow, Tarnow.
Tarnow es Tarhow.
Sí.
Yes.
N, not H, Tarnow, I'm sorry.
Es Tarnow, perdón. Tarnow. ¿Estaba viviendo ahí?
Sí.
Yes.
On that date, who was living at that house?
En esa fecha, ¿quién estaba viviendo en esa casa? My dad, my husband, my kid, and me.
And what's your child's name?
¿Y cuál es el nombre de su niño? Niña. Aleida Belén Carmena Rojas.
And how old is Aleida?
¿Cuántos años tiene ella? She's 6, it's going to be 7 soon.
And what's your husband's name?
¿Cuál es el nombre de su esposo? Julio César Delgado Enríquez.
And you said your father was living there as well, correct?
Y usted dijo que su papá también está viviendo allí, ¿correcto? Yes, correct.
Okay, and where would everybody sleep at? Where would your father sleep at?
¿Y dónde ellos todos dormirían? ¿Dónde dormiría su papá? In his room?
Did he have his own room?
¿Tenía su propio cuarto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and where did you sleep?
¿Y dónde vivía usted? ¿Dónde dormía usted? In the other room.
Okay, and who slept in that other room with you?
¿Y quién estaba durmiendo en el otro cuarto con usted? My husband and my kid.
And how long had your father been living there with you or staying there with you?
¿Y cuánto tiempo había estado con su papá viviendo ahí? ¿Dónde había estado viviendo con ustedes? A month, more or less.
And your father over the age of 18?
Y su papá tiene más de 18 años de edad. Correct.
On May 12th of 2024, did something happen that brings you into court today?
En mayo 12 de 2024, algo pasó que lo trae a la corte hoy día. Yes.
And did it happen at that location, at that home?
Y pasó en esa localidad, en esa dirección. Correct.
And who was involved in what you saw? Who was there?
¿Y quién estaba involucrado en las cosas que usted vio? ¿Quién estaba ahí? Dad and my kid.
And where in the house did you see this happen?
¿Y dónde usted vio que esto pasó? In the room of my father.
And what time of day was it?
¿Y a qué hora fue? 10:40 at night.
And did you have reason to go into your father's room at that time?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Did you have a reason to go into your father's room at that time?
¿Y usted tenía una razón para ir al cuarto, entrar al cuarto de su papá ese tiempo?
Sí.
Yes.
Was the door open or shut when you first arrived to the bedroom?
¿La puerta estaba cerrada o abierta cuando usted trató de entrar al dormitorio? Closed.
Okay. And did you knock on the door?
¿Y usted tocó la puerta?
No.
No.
Did you go inside the door?
¿Usted entró al cuarto?
Sí.
Yes.
And what made you go into the room?
¿Y qué es lo que le hizo a usted entrar al cuarto?
Porque yo me estaba bañando cuando mi esposo preguntó por una toalla, le dije dónde estaba.
Well, my husband was taking a shower. He asked me for a towel, and I told him where another one was.
Entonces mi esposo me dijo que le cerraron la puerta fuerte.
So my husband said that I should close the door strongly.
Okay, what door did you close?
¿Qué puerta?
La puerta del cuarto de mi papá.
Well, the door to the room that my father was occupying.
Okay. So your husband had asked you to shut your father's door?
Entonces, a su esposo le había pedido a usted que cerrara la puerta de del cuarto de su papá.
No.
No.
Él vio que la cerraron fuerte, pero no descubrió quién fue.
No, he saw that they had closed it strongly, but he couldn't tell who had done that.
Okay. So at 10:30 at night, did you know where your daughter was?
Así que a las 10:30 de la noche, ¿usted sabía dónde estaba su niña?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was she?
¿Dónde estaba ella?
En el cuarto de
In the bedroom of my dad.
Did she usually spend time in your father's bedroom?
Usualmente ella pasaba tiempo en el cuarto de su papá.
Sí, normalmente.
Yes, normally.
Okay. Would that be nighttime as well, that she would spend time in his room?
Eso también sería durante el tiempo de la noche que pasaba tiempo en el cuarto de su papá.
Sí, lo veía algo normal porque apenas estaba con mi papá, apenas ya llegó de él.
Yeah, because, I decided normal because she would be with my dad who had just arrived from Mexico.
And when you walked into the door, what did you see in your father's bedroom?
Y cuando usted entró.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, but we need to approach for a minute.
Yeah.
O sea, yo necesito interrumpir algo, tenemos que hablar acerca de algo en este momento. Eso es lo que el Señor le dijo I apologize. So,
You got one?
I don't know. I have seen.
Mr. Interpreter, sir, it is very, very important that you interpret exactly what is being said. Don't add to or take away from anything that's being said. And just know that there are a number of people in the courtroom that speak the language. And there's been some issue with your interpretation in some instances, okay?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Rojas, you said it would be typical for Aleda to go into your father's room any time of day. Is that fair to say?
Señora Rojas, usted podría ir al cuarto de su padre, ¿es correcto? Yes.
When Aleda would be in your father's room, would the door typically be open or shut?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Sure. When Aleda would be in your father's bedroom, would the door typically be open or shut?
Cuando Elena estuviera en el cuarto de su padre, la puerta estaría usualmente abierta o cerrada. When I was going to look for her, it was normally closed.
And at some point, did you go into that bedroom?
Y algún tiempo te iría dentro del dormitorio. Always before going in, I would knock.
Did you knock this time?
Usted tocó esta vez? No, this time no.
Okay, and again, what made you not knock this time?
Y de nuevo, ¿qué es lo que hizo que usted no tocó esta vez? Because I was going to ask him why he had closed the door this time.
And when you went inside, what did you see?
Cuando usted fue adentro, ¿qué es lo que usted vio?
Let me ask another question.
Voy a hacer otra pregunta.
When you go into your father's room, what type of furniture, if any, is in there?
Cuando usted fue en el cuarto de su padre, ¿qué tipo de muebles estaban ahí? Was his bed?
Was there anything else in the bedroom?
¿Alguna otra cosa más en el cuarto, en el dormitorio? It was his clothing, his furniture, his TV, a chair.
And when you walked into the bedroom on May 12th, who was in that room?
Cuando usted entró al cuarto en mayo 12, ¿quién estaba en el dormitorio? My dad and my kid.
And where was Aleida, your daughter, at in the room?
¿Y dónde estaba Elena cuando usted entró al cuarto? I'm sorry, perdón, ¿podría repetir eso? She was face down with a cellular phone.
A cellular phone.
Was she on a piece of furniture or on the floor?
Ella estaba en una área de un mueble o estaba en el piso. In the bed.
And was she wearing anything?
¿Y ella estaba usando algo? Yes, her clothing.
Do you remember what that clothing looked like?
¿Usted se acuerda de cómo esa ropa se veía? Yes.
What did it look like?
¿Cómo se veía esa ropa? It was pantalones. It was, I'm sorry, I don't understand the word pants. I don't, pants? It was, she's referring to a word named pants. It was something sporty like.
Okay.
That it was a color of white, it was pink or purple.
Would they be stretchy pants or jeans?
Ellos serían, esos serían pantalones que se podrían estirar un poco o eran pantalones tipo jean. Yeah, they could be stretched.
Did she have a top on?
Ella tenía una camisa. Yes, she had a sweater.
And you said your father was in the room as well, correct?
Y usted dijo que su papá estaba en el cuarto también, ¿correcto? Correct.
Where was he in the bedroom at that time when you walked in?
¿Dónde estaba él en el dormitorio cuando usted entró?
Estaba con su pene afuera.
He was with his penis outside.
Was he near your daughter or no?
Él estaba cerca a su hija o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Where, so your daughter was on the bed on her stomach, correct?
Así que su niña estaba en la cama en su estómago, ¿correcto? Yes.
And where was your father standing in relation to your daughter?
¿Y dónde estaba su padre parado en relación con su hija? He was standing.
Was he touching your daughter at all?
Él estaba tocando a su niña de una manera. Yes.
What part of his body was he touching your daughter's body?
¿Qué parte de su cuerpo estaba viendo que estaba tocando el cuerpo de su hija? He was holding her by the waist, the little waist.
When you say he was holding her, what part of his body was holding her?
Cuando usted diciendo que estaba agarrándola, ¿qué parte de su cuerpo estaba agarrándola? Would it be possible if you could repeat the question?
So you said you saw your father holding down Aleida, is that correct?
Así que usted dice que usted vio a su padre agarrándola, poniéndola bajo a Adriana, ¿correcto? When I went into the room, it was like that.
And did your father have clothes on at all?
Y su papá tenía sí, de una manera. Yes, he had clothes.
How did you see his penis though?
¿Cómo vio su pene entonces?
Tenía el zipper abajo.
He had the zipper down.
Could you actually see his penis?
¿Usted podría ver su pene? Yes, I did see it.
Did he do anything with his penis that you could see?
Él hizo algo con su pene que usted podría verlo.
Cuando yo me vio y
When I went into the room, he saw me and then he put his penis back inside.
When you saw his penis, was he also touching your daughter at the same time?
Cuando usted vio a él,
Objection, Your Honor, that's a leading question.
Judge, it's a yes or no question, because I know that ends my line of questioning.
Hay una
It's not a
objeción.
leading question.
Actually, it is leading. It should be correct.
Sure.
Entonces, sí, tenemos que reformar tenemos que reformar la pregunta.
When you walked into the room,
Cuando usted entró al cuarto,
was your father touching your daughter initially?
su papá estaba tocando a su hija inicialmente. Yes, with his penis.
Where was his penis at on your daughter's body?
¿Dónde estaba su pene en el cuerpo de su hija?
en sus pompitas,
En que
en la
bombita.
parte de entre las piernas.
In the, she used the word bombitas. I don't understand the bombitas, but it was around her legs.
Does bombitas to you mean butt or something else?
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading as well.
Eso es otra objeción. Your Honor, bombitas is something that I am from Peru. I have never used the word bombitas. It's literally it's little balls or little bombs. Bombitas may or may not be underwear. I do not know.
All right. Are you able to stand and show me what part of the body are you referring to as bombitas?
Señora, usted podría levantarse y enseñarme qué parte del cuerpo usted se está refiriendo cuando usa la palabra bombitas. Yes.
All right. The witness is referring to her backside.
And backside, Judge, would you also refer to that buttocks?
Buttocks, yes.
O sea, la expresión es también eso podría definirse como la parte trasera del asiento y el juez en sí.
Were Aleda's clothes, her pants on at the time that you saw his penis touch her buttocks?
I apologize.
Were Aleda's clothes on as she saw her father's penis touch her buttocks?
Las ropas de Elena fueron en su cuerpo cuando ella vio que el pene de su padre había tocado a su niña. My daughter had her clothes on when my father was touching her.
Did you hear your father say anything at all while you were in the
Escuchó algo que había dicho su padre cuando usted entró al cuarto. No, perdón, usted dígalo, no, sorry, you gotta repeat that.
Cuando yo entré,
When I went in, everything was quiet.
Did your daughter say anything to you at
Su
that
hija
time?
le dijo algo.
No.
No,
Did you stay in the bedroom or did you leave?
usted se quedó en el cuarto, en el dormitorio o se fue.
Entré y le dije que porque con mi tesorito y me salí del cuarto.
She just said, why with my little treasure? And then I left the room.
Did you ever have a conversation with your father that same day about what you saw?
Usted tuvo una conversación con su padre acerca, ese mismo día, acerca de lo que se había visto. I went to the other room, to the dormitory, and then he begged to me that, I would not send him to the law.
What did you do next?
Es lo que usted hizo después. I told me I wouldn't let him get close to me, and then I called my aunt.
Did you take Aleida anywhere?
¿Usted llevó a Elena a algún lado o no? I took her to my aunt. Aunt is A-U-N-T, aunt.
Did you take her for any kind of medical treatment or no?
¿Usted la llevó por cualquier clase de tratamiento médico o no? Yes.
When did you do that?
¿Cuándo hizo usted eso? We took her later on to the hospital.
Was it the same day?
¿Fue el mismo día? Yes.
So this happened at 10:30 at night when you first saw what was happening, right?
Así que esto pasó a las 10:30 de la noche cuando usted vio esto. 10:40.
Did you contact law enforcement, police at any time?
Usted llamó a la policía, a las personas que están a cargo de las leyes en algún tiempo.
No.
No, I sought refuge with my aunt.
I have no further questions, Judge.
No tengo más preguntas, señoría.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, señoría.
Good afternoon.
Gracias, señoría.
We're going to ask you some questions.
Voy a hacerle unas preguntas.
If you don't understand my questions,
Si usted no entiende mis preguntas,
please ask me to repeat them
por favor, pídame para que yo las repite
or rephrase them for you.
o que puedan usar otras frases para usted.
Okay. All right, you indicated that you reside at the house on Tarnow Street, is that correct?
Usted ha indicado que usted vivía en la casa en la dirección de Tarnow, ¿correcto? Correct.
When did you move into that home?
¿Cuándo se mudó a esa casa? I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the month?
¿Se acuerda del mes? I really don't.
Do you remember the year?
¿Se acuerda del año? Yes, 2024.
Where did you live previous to moving into the Tarnow home?
¿Dónde vivió anteriormente antes de vivir en la dirección de Tarnow? ¿Dónde? I didn't understand what she said when she was asking if she could spell it, and she's doing it in Spanish right now. So,
That's fine.
María de Legarla,
J-A-M-E
J-A-M-E J-A-M-E esa es la calle. She spelled the street name as James, that's J-A, M as in Mary, E.
James Street?
James Street? Yes.
In what city is that?
¿En qué ciudad es esa? Here in Detroit, Michigan.
Who did you reside at that home with?
¿Con quién usted vivió en esa casa? It was the house of my uncle.
Do you remember when you moved into that home?
¿Usted se acuerda cuando usted se mudó a esa casa? I really don't remember.
Was it in 2024?
Judge, I'm asking the relevance of this line of questioning.
I'm going to get to that, Your Honor, but.
It doesn't sound very relevant.
Well, the relevance is she resided in Mexico prior to coming to the United States.
And what does that have to do with the offense, Judge?
It has to do with the fact that when I get further on in my questioning, we may see a motive as to why she would fabricate a story, Judge. But my questioning will get to that. I will, Judge. It's just hard to get there with the interpreter. Her not recalling it. When did you come to the United States?
¿Cuándo usted vino a los Estados Unidos? I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the year you came to the United
¿Usted
States?
se acuerda del año que usted vino a los Estados Unidos? 2024. It was in the year of 2024.
And you came from Mexico, is that correct?
Y usted vino de México, ¿eso es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Your father invited you to come live with him at his home, correct?
Su papá la invitó a usted para que usted viniera a su casa, ¿eso es correcto?
O sea, sí, sí llega a su casa y estaba diciendo.
Yes, I did come to the house where he was living.
Did your father invite you to come live at his home?
Su papá la invitó a usted para que viniera a vivir en su casa. Yes.
And you were in Mexico when he invited you, correct?
Y usted estaba en México cuando él la invitó a usted, ¿correcto? Well, we haven't asked for asylum, but yes, he did receive us.
So you came into the country seeking political asylum,
I'm gonna
correct?
amend this to relevance and ask Judge, he can ask the same questions more pointedly, Judge, than asking these questions that have no relevance to the case at hand, Judge.
She's the one who said something about asylum and I responded to that, Judge.
And I'm asking why there's follow-up questions when he already got his answer.
I need to point to get to, cut to. I didn't hear you. When it says sustain the objection, if there's a point to get to, go ahead and get to it.
I don't think you ever answered my question about him inviting you to stay with him.
Ahora, yo no creo que usted ha respondido mi pregunta. Cuando hizo la pregunta, él la invitó a que él los invitó a ustedes para que vinieran a vivir con él.
I understand you were seeking asylum, but did he invite you to come stay with him while you were seeking asylum?
Ahora, yo entiendo que usted había pedido asilo, pero él los invitó a ustedes a vivir con él mientras usted estaba pidiendo asilo. We just asked for asylum all the way from Mexico.
How did you get to his home in Detroit?
¿Cómo llegó a su casa en Detroit? He picked us up in the central.
And would it be fair to say you moved into his home in March of 2024, if you recall?
Y sería bien, podría decir que usted se mudó a la casa en marzo 2024. Yes.
And it was you, your daughter, and your husband that lived there, correct?
Y fue usted, su hija y su esposo, ¿correcto?
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
Did you have any arguments or fights with your father since you moved into his home?
Ustedes tuvieron alguna pelea con su padre desde que ustedes se mudaron a la casa?
No.
No.
Did you ever argue over a will or a power of attorney?
Usted una vez peleó acerca de un testamento o un poder de abogado? No.
Did you ever argue over a will or a power of attorney while you were in Mexico?
Ustedes alguna vez pelearon acerca de un testamento o el poder de abogado cuando ustedes estaban en México? No.
Do you also have a sister in Mexico?
Usted también tiene una hermana en México?
Sí.
Yes.
Did your father ever tell you that he drafted a will regarding you and your sister and an inheritance?
No, su padre una vez le dijo que él había hecho un testamento acerca de usted, su hermana y la situación de la herencia. Yes.
When was that?
¿Cuándo fue eso? To tell the truth, really, I don't know when that was.
Was it in the past year?
Fue en el año pasado. Yes.
Was it within the past 6 months?
Fue dentro de los últimos 6 meses. Yes, almost more or less.
And that was, I'm sorry if you answered this already, but I don't recall. Was that while you were in Mexico or the United States?
Ahora, no sé si usted, perdone, pero si usted ha contestado esto, esto fue hecho cuando usted estaba en México o cuando usted ya estaba en los Estados Unidos. When I was in Mexico.
Were you at any time upset about what he told you regarding that will?
En cualquier tiempo, de manera, usted estaba molesta acerca de lo que estaba en este testamento.
No.
No.
Are you aware that your father has a girlfriend in Mexico?
My objective is to relevance, Judge.
I was going to get to the power of attorney part of the questions, Judge. We know that there was a will, but there also may be some type of issue with respect to the witness being upset that the that the defendant had a girlfriend in Mexico where he was trying to get her power of attorney regarding the property that's in the will.
Right to it.
Yes. So are you aware that your father has a girlfriend in Mexico?
Ahora, entonces usted sabía que su padre tenía una enamorada en México. Yes.
Were you aware, or are you aware, that your father was giving his girlfriend a power of attorney in Mexico regarding his property in Mexico?
Ahora usted sabría o usted sabe que su padre le había dado un poder de abogado a su enamorada acerca de esas propiedades en México. I believe so.
And that's the same property that is mentioned in the will. Is that correct?
Y esa es la misma propiedad que está mencionada en el testamento. ¿Eso es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you upset that your father was giving his girlfriend a power of attorney over the property you were set to inherit?
Usted estaba molesta que su padre le había dado a su enamorada poder de abogado sobre la propiedad que iba a ser parte de su herencia.
No.
No.
Were you upset that your sister was going to inherit things that were in that will?
Judge, I'm gonna object, if I may. She's already testified that she was not upset over the contents of the will. She has not had an argument with her father over the will. The repeated questions about whether she was upset, I believe, were already answered, Judge, in the negative. So the repeated questions with other family members, such as sister, it makes no sense at this point, Judge. I'd ask the judge who will not answer.
You can keep your comments to yourself.
Hold on, excuse me. Do not address each other.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Onward, Your Honor.
Entonces, Pablo va a hacer esa pregunta y vamos a ver de esta situación.
Okay, let's get to the night in question, I'm sorry, you said it was May 12th?
Vamos entonces a hablar acerca de la noche en cuestión que era May
12, 2024.
Mayo 12 de 2024. Yes.
Where were you prior to going into your father's bedroom?
¿Dónde estaba usted antes de que usted entrara el cuarto del dormitorio de su padre?
Estaba bañando.
I was taking a shower.
Okay. How many showers are in the home?
¿Cuántas duchas hay cuántas duchas hay en la casa?
Más una.
Only one.
Didn't you say that your husband was in the shower at some point as well?
No, dijo usted que su Mi esposo también estaba en la lucha anteriormente.
No.
No.
After you, sorry, you were taking a shower, what did you do after you took the shower?
Así que usted tomó una ducha, ¿qué es lo que hizo después de tomar una ducha?
As you indicated, you were taking a shower prior to going into your father's room, correct?
O sea, usted indicó que usted había tomado una ducha antes de ir al cuarto de su padre, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correcto.
You got out of the shower, correct?
Usted salió de la ducha, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correcto.
You dried off, correct?
Usted se secó, ¿correcto?
But what did you do next after you dried off?
¿Qué es lo que hizo después de que usted se había secado?
Salí de la.
Well, I left the shower.
Where did you leave and go?
Entonces, ¿dónde salió y fue? I'm sorry.
After you left the shower, where did you go?
Cuando usted salió de la ducha, ¿a dónde fue?
Acudí cuando mi esposo me comentó de lo que había visto.
Well, that's when my husband commented to me, told me what he had seen.
I asked you where you went.
Yo le pregunté dónde fue usted. Well, I left the shower.
Mi esposo me comentó lo que habías escuchado, lo de la puerta.
My husband told me, he commented to me what he had seen, what he had heard, what he had seen.
Where did he tell you that?
Donde me dijo eso a usted.
Pero en parte de la cocina.
He told to me in the part of the kitchen.
Okay, so you were taking a shower, you dried off, and where did you go after you dried off then?
Entonces, usted tomó la ducha, usted se secó. ¿A dónde fue usted después de que usted se había secado?
Pues salí del baño
Well, I left the bathroom.
y mi esposo me comentó eso y entré en el cuarto.
And then my husband told me about that, commented those things. Repita después de hablar con el niño, con el esposo. I asked her to repeat after the stuff, the part before the husband had commented to him, said to her.
Después me fui al cuarto de mi papá sin tocar.
And then I went to the bedroom of my dad without knocking.
Cuando encontré el servicio.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm sorry. And I would just want to confirm, Crystal Medina, Your Honor, because I, again, speak Spanish, and she commented that she went to her room first, and that was just completely left out. She did indicate that she had gone to her room at some time.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I did not, I intend to change her declarations.
All right, let's just take it very slow and make sure you catch everything that she says, okay?
Your Honor, yes, I understand. Your Honor, I am not doing this intentionally. Again, I apologize to you and to the court. It would be easier if both parties would actually say one sentence at a time for me to catch up. This is
Okay, but the issue is with what she just said, not
Yes, Your
what the
Honor.
attorney said.
I understand that, Your Honor, it's just, I understand, Your Honor, I apologize. Sir, I am sorry.
Thank you. And I typically try to ask short questions with an interpreter.
Típicamente yo quiero hacer que yo hago preguntas cortas cuando hay una situación con un intérprete.
So was it your testimony you left the bathroom and went to your bedroom?
Así que estos testimonios usted dejó el baño y fue a su dormitorio. Yes, to leave the towel only.
Can you repeat that last part?
¿Podría repetir esa parte última? To leave the towel only.
Where did you encounter your husband?
¿Dónde usted encontró a su esposo? He was waiting for me outside because he was going to get a shower.
Waiting for you outside of where?
Esperando usted afuera de dónde? Well, the part of the kitchen.
So you left the bathroom,
Así que usted salió del baño,
went into your bedroom,
fue al dormitorio
and then talked to your husband in the kitchen?
y habló con su esposo en la cocina.
Sí, me comentó eso.
Yes, he told me that.
Okay. Did you put on clothing in the bedroom?
Usted usó ropas en el dormitorio.
No, salí ya cambiada de.
No, I was already changed in the bathroom.
Okay. And then your husband said something to you, correct?
Y entonces ahí su esposo le dijo algo a usted, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
About it. Thank you.
Gracias.
About the door slamming?
Acerca de la puerta siendo cerrada fuertemente.
Sí.
Yes.
And then you went to your father's bedroom, correct?
Y ahí después vio al dormitorio de su padre, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
And the door was completely shut?
Y la puerta estaba completamente cerrada.
Sí.
Yes.
Was not cracked?
I'm sorry, sir.
It was not cracked. There wasn't any space.
O sea, no había ningún espacio abierto, o sea, no estaba un poquito.
No.
It was completely closed.
The door was not locked when you tried to open it, correct?
La puerta no estaba cerrada cuando usted trató de abrirla, ¿correcto?
No.
Yeah, it was without any lock.
And you opened the door and what did you see?
Y usted abrió la puerta, ¿qué es lo que usted vio? My daughter was face down with my dad from behind with his penis outside.
Where were you standing?
¿Dónde estaba parado usted? When I opened the door rapidly without knocking.
You opened the door rapidly without knocking, correct?
Usted abrió la puerta rápidamente sin tocar, ¿correcto? Correct.
Did you enter the bedroom?
Usted entró el dormitorio. Correct.
Okay, so when you entered the bedroom, where were you standing?
Cuando usted entró al dormitorio, ¿dónde estaba usted parado? By the door.
In the doorway?
En el marco de la puerta.
Correcto.
Correct.
And how many meters were you from where your father was?
¿Y cuántos metros usted estaba de donde estaba su padre? It was like, well, like from here to there, by his house, by his bed.
Short distance?
Una distancia corta?
Sí.
Yes.
You testified earlier that your daughter was wearing pants, correct?
Usted testificó anteriormente que su hija estaba usando pantalones, ¿verdad?
Correcto.
Correct.
Do you remember talking to the police after this incident?
¿Usted se acuerda de hablar con la policía? ¿Se acuerda de hablar con la policía después de este incidente? No.
You don't remember giving a statement to the police?
¿Usted no se acuerda de dándole una declaración a la policía?
En el hospital, sí.
In the hospital, yes.
Okay, so you talked to the police at the hospital, correct?
Entonces, usted habló con la policía en el hospital, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes, correct.
You gave the police a statement about this incident, correct?
Usted le dio una declaración a la policía acerca de este incidente, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
And do you remember telling the police that she was wearing pants?
Y usted se acuerda que le dijo a la policía que ella estaba usando pantalones?
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
Did you just say what they are?
Tengo una razón más.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I have her statement I'd like to ask her some questions regarding.
We've not established that she does not remember anything to be able to refresh her memory, so I'd ask that you keep asking questions until she gets
I
trained
just
up.
asked her a question. I asked her if she remembered telling the police that her daughter was wearing pants.
Yes.
She said she did.
Yes. The statement doesn't say that. So I want to show her, ma'am. So I want to show her her statement to see if she remembers telling the police something different.
So you're attempting to impeach the witness, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. so-
And this will refresh her recollection.
Well, you have to establish that recollection needs to be fresh.
Okay. Ma'am, so you testified that you told the police your daughter was wearing pants, correct?
Ahora, señor, usted, I'm sorry, sir, could you be kind enough in repeating that, please?
You remember telling the police that your daughter was wearing pants, correct?
Usted se acuerda diciéndole a la policía que su hijo estaba usando pantalones, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you remember giving a statement to the police you testified to, correct?
Y usted se acuerda dando una declaración a la policía, ¿correcto? Correct.
Do you remember telling the police that her pants were down?
Usted se acuerda de decirle que le había dicho a la policía que sus pantalones estaban abajo. No.
If I showed you the statement that you gave to the police, would that refresh your recollection?
Si que le doy la declaración que usted hizo a la policía, eso podría refrescar su recolección. Would you repeat that?
If I show you the statement that you gave to the police, would that refresh your memory?
Si que yo le enseño la declaración que le hizo a la policía, eso podría refrescar la memoria.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
She assented and the sacarse ahora.
Ma'am, I'm showing you a document. Do you remember what that document is?
Señora, usted enseña un documento, ¿usted se acuerda qué documento es este?
Is that document written in Spanish?
Ese documento está escrito en castellano.
So how,
No sé si yo está
how is she
haciendo
going to be
en
able to
inglés.
refresh the recollection?
I think we're going to have the interpreter translate it for her.
Creo que la situación es que el intérprete va a tener que leérselo a ella.
So I'm sorry, ma'am, you did recognize. May I proceed, Judge? I'm sorry.
Pero el proceso
So how is she going to recognize that?
It's signed
I'm sorry?
It's signed at the bottom. I was going to get to that.
Está firmado abajo, entonces eso es lo que iba a llegar eventualmente.
So you recognize that statement, ma'am?
Así que usted reconoce esta declaración, señora.
Y no lo conozco.
Yes, I remember.
I just asked
yes,
if you recognize.
One second, please. Yes, I recognize it, but this thing I didn't say. And that's when you started your question.
Thank you. Do you see a signature at the bottom of that statement?
Usted ve una firma abajo de la declaración.
Sí,
Yes.
Whose signature is that?
¿De quién es esa firma?
es mía.
It's mine.
And did you sign that document at the hospital with the police?
Y usted firmó este documento en el hospital con la policía.
La policía solamente sí.
With the police, with the lieutenant, yes.
And you said you noticed something in there that you didn't say, is that correct?
Y usted acaba de decir, usted dice que ha visto algo que no estaba ahí. Usted lo dijo, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
What was the thing that you didn't say?
Es una cosa que usted no dijo,
Estaban los pantalones abajo.
that the pants were down.
Do you read English?
¿Usted lee inglés?
No.
No.
May I approach your honor?
Podría sacarlo su señoría.
You don't read English, how were you able to notice that in the statement?
Bueno, si usted no lee inglés, ¿cómo pudo notar esto en esta declaración? Because you're commenting on me, you're telling me that the pants were down, and that is not true.
But you specifically pointed at the statement and told the interpreter that part wasn't true. Isn't that what you said?
Pero usted específicamente vio en la declaración y después apuntó esto al intérprete, que esto no era correcto. Eso es.
Porque me están diciendo de que ahí dice que yo declaré que tenía los pantalones abajo.
Well, because they're telling me that I declared that the pants were down.
And that is not what you told the police, correct?
Yes,
Has been answered, Judge.
It has been sustained.
Where have you been residing since this incident?
¿Dónde está viviendo desde este incidente? The house of my aunt.
You haven't been living at the Tarnow address?
¿Usted no está viviendo en la dirección de Tarnow?
No.
When did you leave that house?
¿Cuándo salió de esa casa?
Desde que ocurrió el accidente.
Since the accident happened.
Does your father have a pickup truck?
Su padre tiene una camioneta pickup.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you take that pickup truck with you when you left the house?
¿Usted agarró esa camioneta pickup cuando usted dejó la casa?
Sí, porque se lo pedí prestada cuando fui a recoger.
Yes, because I asked for permission to borrow it when I went to.
Ma'am, I just asked you a question. Did you take that pickup truck with you?
Señor, solamente le pregunté, hice una pregunta. ¿Usted tomó esa camioneta pickup?
Sí.
Yes.
And it's your father's truck, you said, right?
Y es la camioneta de su padre, ¿verdad?
Correcto.
Correct.
And you don't have any other transportation, do you?
Y usted no tiene ninguna otra transportación, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
I just have one minute here.
Tengo una cosa más.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nada más, señoría.
You have redirect?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Gracias, señora. Usted puede salir de la caja de testigos.
Do people have any other witnesses?
No, Judge.
La gente tiene otros testigos. No,
Any witnesses for the defendant?
algunos testigos para la defensa.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, the defense has no witnesses, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged. There was testimony from Ms. Rojas regarding her daughter being 5 years old now, about to turn 6, and her father being over the age of 18. She testified that she was staying at that address with her father and her daughter at that 4893 Tarnow Street, the city of Detroit. I would ask for an amendment to the information. It appears as though this incident started on May 12th of 2024, rather late in the night. I believe law enforcement did not come into the picture until after midnight, so that would be the discrepancy in this always. But nevertheless, Judge, the charge requires sexual contact. Testimony that defendant's bare penis was touching on the backside on the buttocks of the victim in this case. Matters not whether pants were on or off, it's actually worse when the pants were off, or the pants were on, according to the testimony of the complainant. As Your Honor correctly pointed out, that statement that was shown to the witness was not in her handwriting. She signed it, but it's clearly in English. She doesn't speak or read English. That being said, Your Honor, defense did ask about pants. She responded to that pants discrepancy, saying that the pants were up instead of off. Nevertheless, Your Honor, for probable cause purposes for this offense, I believe we met that threshold and I said find over.
Your Honor, at this time, we would give a general objection to the bind over without argument.
All right. The court, after hearing the testimony of Ms. That Ms. Carmona?
Rojas.
Rojas, Ms. Rojas, this satisfies the people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges sustained in this complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for the legal committee. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be June 2024, 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor,
Ms. Padilla would like to address bond if possible.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I believe the bond is currently set at 500,000 cash. Is that accurate? I'm not sure if the court has that, but I know it's a significant bond, Your Honor. Our client has been residing here since 1999. He does have stable residence in Detroit, Michigan, Your Honor. My understanding is he has no previous criminal history whatsoever. The utmost significance for us, Your Honor, is his fragile health. He indicates that he has diabetes, that he feels that he is receiving too much insulin. He has moments that he feels very sick at the jail. And so that is a significant concern in addressing his bond, Your Honor. At this time, while they are serious allegations, they are allegations. He has retained us on this matter. He is taking this matter very seriously, Your Honor. We would ask the court to consider a personal bond with this tether, Your Honor.
Judge, I leave it to your Honor's discretion, of course, but my concern is, I'm not sure his legal status here in this case. If that could be confirmed, I do have concerns that he would be a flight risk. There's an indication in the report that at some point he said, I could go back to Mexico. So that is my concern, Judge, that and the fact that we're dealing with a 15-year felony. If convicted, Your Honor. There were no disclosures made by the child, however, I believe, given the testimony of the mother, that there's a strong likelihood there's division in this case.
Your Honor, I think any flight risk that's being referred to, I'm not gonna comment specifically as to his immigration status at this time, Your Honor. What I can indicate is that he would be placed on a tether, Your Honor. And that immigration has the ability to put a hold on him at any time if they see fit in their power and in their jurisdiction as federal law enforcement.
He's lived here since 1999, Judge, at the same home in Detroit.
No criminal issues.
And he understands he cannot have any contact with the witnesses or the complainant in this case, and he will not do so.
My concern would be him being a potential flight risk, even with the tether. We know that those tethers are used all the time, unfortunately.
Understand, but he also did retain us, which was, he's committed to coming to court, Your Honor, and addressing these matters. And like I said, if immigration had a concern, they could address it as well.
I think I would like to know a little bit more about the status.
And
Basically, let certain court make a final decision.
Entonces, voy a dar el circuito hace la decisión final a ellos. Si esta fianza está continua en el circuito,
Thank you.
gracias.
So, señor, vamos a tener por tener una semana, ¿ok? Como hablamos antes de eso.
I'm sure it's not easy.
Okay, sí. Yo voy a, ¿para qué? Oh my gosh. Very long. O vamos a tener que en una semana hablar con ellos, ¿ok? En una semana. Ya, en una semana, ¿ok?
Ms. Beard,
Yes, Your Honor.
thank you so much for your patience.
Bye, Your Honor. Nice seeing you. Take care, everyone.
Mr. Interpreter, Mr. Interpreter, you can step out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Calling case 2457260, versus Adam White Gladden Jr.
Your Honor, my client is in custody.
You want to waive his presence for purposes of this hearing?
Pardon me?
You want to waive his presence for purposes of this hearing?
He's downstairs, he's in the building.
I understand that. It's going to be dismissed, right?
I understand that.
I'm just trying to move things along. Okay, I'll move on.
We can't bring him up here?
They're going to get him, but it's going to take some time. Mr. Bassett, come on. That's right. Get you up. Wait on this. Wait.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. What happened to Mr. Bella now? all right. We call Mr. Feller, that he did a number. Mr. Upshaw, what you got for me?
He's glad we're here.
Gentleman tax.
I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it.
Okay.
Okay. Have a seat.
Okay, enjoy this weekend. All right, you too. So here's Mr. Feller.
Report for stuff away.
All right, Mr. Feller, you and Mr. Vanta aren't the same person. Now I get one and then the other one's gone. I was starting to wonder if you guys were the same person.
Well, I just left from Judge Cobb's courtroom. I'm sitting in his jury room right now to handle this.
Okay. My court reporter is coming back now. I hear okay, we're ready.
Call in case number 24057029 for state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Roderick McGee, is charged in count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons firearm possession by a prohibited person. Count 4, weapons carried concealed. Count 5 and 6, weapons stolen firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender for the physical notice, mandatory 24 years sentence.
Appearances for the court, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Bell on behalf of the people, P68673.
Good afternoon, Richard Banta, P398454 for the defendant Broderick McGee. He was here earlier. I was just loaded up this morning. He was here earlier, but he's left. I asked the court to excuse his appearance.
Actually, I've already done that. He asked if he could go, because he had been here all morning, and I said it was fine to make his appearance when the time comes. All right, so Mr. Vella, why are you on this case? Why is this case before me?
Your Honor, that's a good question. Mr. McGee was a co-defendant of Mr. Woodson Royster, who had a homicide charge, which you bound over. This defendant's not charged in the actual homicide, but just the gun charges that you listed. However, he is charged on the same complaint as the homicide defendant.
I guess I'll keep it. In any event, Mr. Banton, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I have not received any discovery, and I checked my email this morning before I left to come down here. So I think the probable thing we ought to do is reschedule the PCC. I don't know whether you want to schedule it for a preliminary exam now.
Is there a possibility that this may resolve itself short of an exam?
It could, yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I will give another PCC. It's June. How's June 5th at 8:30?
June
5th. That's fine with me, Your Honor.
June 6th. I got a preliminary exam from Judge Sabri.
Okay, you want to do June 6th?
That's the date that we're talking. What date were you?
Hold on. I'm sorry, say it again.
June 6th is not a good date for me.
June 6th at 8:30, that's good.
Yeah, that should be fine. We can go on.
Mr. Vella, June 6th at 8:30?
Yes, Your Honor, that works.
All right, the court will continue to plead if not guilty. We'll adjourn the probable cause conference to June 6th at 8:30. And bond will be proceeded.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Bella, can you make sure that I get discovery on this matter?
Yes, absolutely. And I apologize. I did not know this case was even up today. At the time that we had the homicide defendant, this defendant had not been picked up or arraigned. So.
All right, good. Thank you.
Calling case 2457260, people of the state of Michigan versus Adam Dwight Gladden Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, interfering with crime report, committing crime, threatening to kill or injure. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, aggravated domestic violence. Count 5, child abuse, 4 to 3. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yvette Barrett, 58142, appearing on behalf of Black.
Your name for the record, sir?
My name is Adam Gladden.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present.
Your Honor, we would ask for this case to be dismissed without prejudice.
So, or the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Record, sir.
Bernie, yes, you might email me to call. Yes. He said he was gonna call back, because he was saying he would have all the stuff, and he's not gonna be ready to go Monday.
Can you send me the address? What time? Sure.
He said it's something he doesn't have. I'll talk to him as soon as I.
And I'll be available. to do PGC. Thank you.
There's something from this side. Okay.
Weekend.
Thanks, you as well. That seemed a lot longer than what it was. Wow. Well, folks, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you Monday, same bat station, same bat time. Have a good weekend.
What is it for,
That's a wrap.
lunch? Oh, she did do it, okay.
I tell you, made me do it, put
Okay.
my word backwards.
Who said something, Judge? Oh, you almost got in trouble. I almost got in trouble. I'll be here. Here, he can bring him up. You can. Oh my God.
You know.
Our next one is gonna be good.
Sure is.
Oh, what you thinking? Must be cracking something. That's good. You did a good job. You did. Okay. You did a good job. Am I calling you back?
It's very
I can't believe she called to tell me that. Tell her I'll call her back, okay? Bye. All right, bye. Crystal, she called to tell me. She went to the bathroom. That's beautiful.
She's a big girl.
She was excited. And my other granddaughter, who's, she'll be turning 3. She don't talk half as good as me. She had the older sisters and brothers.
Crystal's acting for you.
Yeah. She is funny.